Expand your vocabulary with our core 2,000 Words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free French ebook before it's gone.
Hi, welcome to Introduction to French. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Candice. In this series, you'll learn everything you need to know to get started learning French.
That's right, and we're here to help guide you through your journey. In this lesson, you'll learn the reasons why you should start learning a new language, why you should learn French in particular, and how to get started. There are countless reasons, but perhaps the biggest one of all is that it could actually change your life. Learning a new language unlocks new pathways that are off limits to you now. There are certain things that you simply cannot do without having the technical or cultural skills that come from learning a new language.
Like working or living in another country.
Knowing another language provides you with greater job opportunities. You have the freedom to move to another country halfway around the world and be able to earn a living, or even better yet, build a career from it, instead of just being stuck in one place. Language allows you to visit or live in places that you may never have even considered going, simply because that wasn't a possibility for you. Knowing another language simply gives you more options to choose from.
And learning a new language also helps you to be more open-minded and see the world from a new perspective.
Language and culture go hand in hand. The world is a big place, and by broadening your understanding of other cultures, it allows you to be more empathetic and understanding of the many different ways that people live their lives. With language, you're able to see and experience more, which helps you to grow as a person.
Learning a new language also improves your memory.
Several studies have consistently shown that those who study another language have improved memory, as opposed to those who didn't learn another language. Learning another language also keeps your brain healthy by significantly delaying the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia. This difference can be as much as 4 to 5 more years of quality life.
And those are just some of the reasons you should learn another language. The list just goes on and on.
Now you know the benefits of studying another language, but why should you learn French in particular? A good portion of the world speaks French. In fact, over 200 million people speak French across 5 continents. French is spoken in many countries around the world, and it's an official language in many countries, like Belgium, the Seychelles, Canada, Cameroon, and many more.
Moreover, French is the second most widely learned foreign language after English, so the number of speakers is growing rapidly. It's currently the 9th most spoken language in the world.
And what about the fact that France is the 6th largest economy in the world? The aerospace industry in France is huge. There's a special cluster of aerospace engineering companies and research centers in France called the Aerospace Valley. And of course, French wines are a lucrative industry as well, not to mention perfumes and cosmetics. Knowing French then opens up many career and business opportunities for you.
If you want to visit France, you must be warned. The majority of French citizens do not like or aren't able to speak English. Even in tourist places like Paris. If you make an effort to speak French and to learn their culture, however, you will be much more warmly welcomed. Learning French will help you during your trip, even if you're a beginner. French people will treat you much more nicely.
Okay then, we've talked about why you should start learning a language and why you should start learning French, but how can you get started, Candice?
Well, it's as simple as learning your first word in French and building up from there.
The good news, though, is that you already know some French.
Mirage, façade, encore, souvenir.
These are all French words that you will easily recognize because these words exist in English too. This is because both English and French are derived from Latin. In fact, roughly 30% of all English words used today share their origins with French words.
Not only this, but there are also English loan words used in French. Words such as babysitter, bacon, weekend, super are all English words that are used in French on a daily basis.
This means that you already know a very large portion of French vocabulary.
Yes, that's right. So learning French is much easier than you think. Okay, let's teach you something that you might not know, but it's very useful. Merci. It means thank you in French.
It's one of the most basic phrases and perhaps one of the most useful phrases for you to learn.
Merci.
Now you try.
Merci.
One more time.
Merci. You can also add beaucoup to add greater emphasis. Merci beaucoup.
Try it.
Merci beaucoup.
One last time.
Merci beaucoup.
Well done. Now you know how to say thank you in French. We've covered a lot of things already, so why don't we wrap up the first lesson and recap what we've learned? In this lesson, you learned that studying another language has many benefits, such as providing new job and business opportunities. Learning French will allow you to experience more of the culture, and to say thank you in French, it's
Merci or merci beaucoup.
In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at the basics of French pronunciation, so be sure to watch the next video. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye.
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to French. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Candice.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of French pronunciation. In the previous lesson, you learned that roughly 30% of all English words share their origins with French words. Because of this, French pronunciation is quite similar to English.
In fact, there are more common sounds than there are different ones. For example, bout, sandwich, daim, gain.
Chances are you can imitate these words without much difficulty because these words use common sounds that exist in English.
Of course, there are a few differences between French and English sounds too. Agneau, roux, huit, cent.
These unfamiliar sounds are the ones that you need to focus on and practice. Let's take a look at some of those sounds.
A big aspect of French pronunciation relates to nasalization.
Nasalization simply means to pronounce something through the nose. For example, the M and N sounds are considered nasal consonants because the air escapes your nose when you pronounce these sounds.
In French, some vowels can be pronounced through the mouth or through the nose. Compare oral vowels with nasal vowels in French. Une, un, sonne, son, certaine, certain. Nasal vowels are used often in French, so it's important that you learn them in the near future.
Another unique French sound is the guttural R sound.
Roux, rester, ri. This R sound is pronounced at the back of the mouth. It sounds almost as if you're gargling.
Lastly, let's take a look at the French U sound.
U, chute, rue, tu. To pronounce this sound, try saying E as in sea, and then from there, slowly round your lips. U.
French is renowned for being a language full of silent letters, particularly at the end of words. Consider the following.
Je vais manger au restaurant. The S in the word vais, the R in the word manger, and the T at the end of restaurant are all silent letters. We don't actually pronounce them in French. Listen to it again. Je vais manger au restaurant.
In fact, most of the time, the last letter of a French word is actually silent.
Coup, froid, vous.
There are, of course, exceptions to this rule. Let's look at the most common case, when the next word starts with a vowel. Ordinarily, the final letter of a French word is silent.
Vous,
The final S in this word is silent, but when the next word begins with a vowel,
vous avez.
the S is no longer silent and is instead pronounced like a Z sound.
Vous avez.
The two words are connected by the Z sound and pronounced as if they were a single word.
This linking of words through the activation of the silent letter is a common phenomenon in French known as liaison. It's the special quality which makes French sound the way that it does.
Let's look at a few more examples of liaison in action.
Tout, tout homme, un ami. 9, 9 ans. Gentil, gentil enfant.
Liaisons may seem a little difficult to learn at first, but they will only get easier and more intuitive by the time you get used to pronouncing whole sentences in French.
Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned.
In this lesson, you learned that there are more familiar sounds than unfamiliar sounds in French. We showed you some unfamiliar sounds like nasal vowels, the guttural R, and the French U. You also learned that the final letter in a French word is usually silent, and that the letter becomes active if the next word starts with a vowel. This process is known as liaison. We've covered only the basics of French pronunciation. If you're interested in learning more, check out the entire course we created, named The Ultimate Guide to French Pronunciation. In that course, we cover and break down every single sound in the French language, showing you mouth and tongue positioning and giving you tips to help you perfect your French pronunciation. In the next lesson, we'll introduce you to the basics of French grammar, where you'll learn about French word order and how to build basic phrases in French. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to French. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Candice.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of French grammar. In some languages, like French, nouns are divided into different classes.
For example, French divides nouns into 2 classes using gender, masculine and feminine.
Let's take a look at some masculine nouns.
Lit, fromage, village, livre.
Now, feminine nouns.
Cuillère, bout, revue, syllabe.
There are some rules for learning the gender of French nouns, but they're quite complex. Many consider the designation of gender to be largely arbitrary, so it's likely that you'll just have to memorize them. Okay, so now you know that nouns are divided into gender classes, but why is this important?
Learning gender nouns is important for forming sentences in French. For example, lit means bed in French, and it's a masculine noun. If you want to refer to the bed in a sentence, however, you need to add le before the noun. Le lit. In fact, if you want to refer to any masculine noun in French, you need to use le or un. Le fromage, le village, un livre. On the other hand, we use la and une to refer to feminine nouns. La cuillère, la boue, une revue, une syllabe.
Now you know how to refer to nouns in French. Similar to nouns, French verbs can also be separated into different classes.
There are 3 classes of verbs in French, and they are verbs ending in « et », manger, nager, travailler, aimer. Verbs ending in ir, finir, ralentir, réagir. And verbs ending in re, voir, and ir, mourir, recevoir, lire.
Each class of verbs will be conjugated differently when used in a sentence. Let's take a look at a few examples to see how they differ.
To swim is nager in French, and it comes from the first group because it ends in et.
I swim in the present tense would be,
Je nage,
past tense would be,
je nageais,
and the future tense would be.
je nagerai.
Let's compare that to a verb in group 2.
To finish is finir in French, and it comes from the second group because it ends in ir. Je finis, je finissais, je finirai.
Finally, a verb from group 3.
To read is lire in French, and it comes from the third group because it ends with re. Je lis, je lisais, je lirai.
We'll teach you how to properly conjugate verbs of different classes in future lessons. For now, Just know that there are 3 different categories of verbs in French. Okay, now you know about nouns and verbs in French. Let's learn how to form basic sentences in French.
Forming sentences in French is quite simple, especially for English speakers, as French uses the same word order as English.
Consider the following example.
Le garçon mange un gâteau.
In English, this sentence means, the boy eats a cake.
If we break down the French sentence, we can see that the order matches the English sentence one-to-one. Le, de, garçon, boy, mange, eats, un, gâteau, cake.
We can create basic sentences in French simply by exchanging English words for French words.
Notice how we use un here, because gâteau is a masculine noun. If the object had been a feminine noun, we'd have used une instead.
We can create any basic sentence in French by starting with a subject, in this case, the boy.
Le garçon
Then follow it with a verb, eats,
mange
and finally end with the object, the cake.
un gâteau.
As you can see, the word order in French is just like English. Finally, let's learn how to create negative sentences in French.
Negating sentences in French is simple. Simply add ne before the verb and pas after it. J'ai, je n'ai pas. J'aime lire, je n'aime pas lire. Juliette mange, Juliette ne mange pas. You can negate any basic sentence in French this way.
Well done! Let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned that French nouns are divided into 2 classes, masculine and feminine. Similar to nouns, French verbs are divided into 3 groups. French uses the same subject, verb, object word order like English. And finally, you learned how to negate sentences in French. We've covered only the very basics of French grammar. If you're interested in learning more, check out our French in 3 Minutes video series. In that course, we teach you useful phrases while covering the fundamentals of French grammar, and each lesson is only 3 minutes long. In the next lesson, we'll introduce you to the basics of French writing. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to French. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Candice.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of French writing. French uses the exact same alphabet as English, the Latin alphabet, which consists of 26 letters.
Unlike English, however, French also uses a few accents that can be added to vowels and this other character known as the cedilla.
These characters aren't recognized as distinct letters in French, though.
Let's take a look at these accents in a bit more detail.
Accents are simply markers that appear on top of letters to indicate some extra information. What that information represents depends on the type of accent.
Accents may look intimidating at first, and their function may seem complicated, but in fact is quite simple. Once you understand them, they actually help you rather than confuse you. There are a total of 5 accents in French, 4 of which appear over vowels, and 1 for the letter C. The acute accent, the grave accent, the circumflex, the diaresis, and the cedilla.
Not all accents can be used with all vowels, so only certain accents will appear over certain letters. The acute accent, for example, can only appear over the letter E.
Et.
It looks like a rising diagonal line going from left to right. You'll never see this accent used with any other letter in French. The acute accent indicates that you must pronounce the E as follows.
Et. Et.
It sounds like the E in hey.
Appelle, appeler, chante, chanter.
So whenever you see this accent, pronounce the E as follows.
et.
Next is the grave accent. It looks like a falling diagonal line going from left to right. This accent can only appear over the letters A, E, and U. This accent helps distinguish between words that would otherwise be spelled the same. For example,
A and A, ou and ou.
when it appears over the letter E, however, it indicates that you must pronounce it as follows.
Est,
It sounds like the E in bête.
mère, frère.
Next is the circumflex accent. It looks like a little rooftop. It's used to indicate a change in pronunciation and to distinguish words that would otherwise be spelled the same. The circumflex appears over all vowels. An E with a circumflex accent on top is pronounced exactly the same way as the previous grave accented E.
Est,
Like the E in bête.
pêche, fête.
An A with a circumflex accent on top is pronounced.
A,
It sounds like the A in father.
pâte, hâte, château.
An I with a circumflex accent on top does not affect the pronunciation of a word. It exists merely due to historic purposes relating to a word.
Naître, abîme, maître.
And like I, a U with a circumflex accent does not influence the pronunciation of a word. However, it is sometimes used to distinguish words that would otherwise be identical.
Sur, du.
The next accent is the diaresis. It looks like two small dots, and it can appear over the letters E, I, U, and Y in French. Whenever this accent appears above a letter, it indicates that you must pronounce this letter separately from the preceding syllable. For example,
Naïve, Noël, maïs.
the cedilla is a C with a special hook underneath.
The function of the cedilla is simple. It changes the pronunciation of the letter C from a K to an S sound.
So ordinarily, a French C would be pronounced,
Cassé,
but a cedilla would be pronounced
ça.
like an S sound. Like English, French capitalizes the first letter at the beginning of a sentence.
Je mange du pain.
Unlike English, however, there are a number of words which are not capitalized in French. The personal pronoun for I is capitalized in English, but not in French.
Il pense que je suis bête.
For example, days of the week are capitalized in English, but not in French.
Lundi, mardi, mercredi.
Months of the year aren't capitalized either.
Janvier, février, mars.
Nor are languages.
Le français, l'anglais, le russe.
Consider the following example.
Le 14 juillet, c'est la fête nationale française.
Notice how July and French are not capitalized.
J'apprends l'espagnol.
I is capitalized here because it's the first letter at the beginning of a sentence, but Spanish isn't.
There are some more capitalization rules, but those are the most common ones you'll encounter.
Well done! Let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned that French uses the same Latin alphabet as English, consisting of 26 letters. Additionally, there's also the acute accent, grave accent, circumflex, diaresis, and cedilla, which are used to accentuate certain letters. You also learned that I, days, months, and languages aren't capitalized in French. In the next lesson, you'll be entering French boot camp, where you'll learn beginner phrases to get you speaking French right away. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to French. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Candice.
In this lesson, we'll focus on teaching you the most useful French words and phrases for absolute beginners.
Make sure you're repeating the words out loud after I say the examples.
Are you ready? Let's get started. The best phrase to learn when studying a new language is one that expresses gratitude and appreciation. If you had to learn only a single phrase, this would be it.
We taught you this phrase in the first lesson of this series. Do you remember what it was? Merci beaucoup. It means thanks a lot. Merci beaucoup.
Keep repeating after Candace until you get it.
Merci beaucoup.
Your turn.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
One last time.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, the next phrase we'll teach you is perhaps the second most useful of all phrases. It's to apologize or to excuse yourself.
Excusez-moi. It means excuse me. Excusez-moi.
Use this phrase when you're hustling through the busy streets of Paris.
Excusez-moi.
Your turn.
Excusez-moi.
Once more.
Excusez-moi.
Okay, one last time.
Excusez-moi.
Well done. You can also excuse yourself by saying,
Pardon.
try it.
Pardon.
And again.
Pardon.
One last time.
Pardon.
If you want to apologize directly for something you've done, you can say,
Je suis désolé. Je suis désolé. Je suis désolé.
one more time.
Je suis désolé.
Well done. Now you can say thank you, excuse me, and I'm sorry in French. Let's move on. Asking where something is an incredibly important and useful phrase to learn. You're going to need this when you're asking where the bathroom, the train station, or where the hotel is. To ask where something is, say,
Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve?
and then add the place or location.
Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve? Pouvez-vous means can you. Me dire means tell me. Où means where. And se trouve means is located.
Altogether, it means, can you tell me where something is located? For example, if you wanted to say, can you tell me where the bathroom is located? We would start with,
Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve?
and then add the bathroom.
Les toilettes. Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouvent les toilettes?
Try it.
Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouvent les toilettes? Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouvent les toilettes?
For the train station, it would be,
La gare. Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve la gare? Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve la gare?
and for the hotel,
L'hôtel. Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve l'hôtel? Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve l'hôtel?
you can also add excuse me before you ask where something is to be polite.
Excusez-moi, pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve l'hôtel?
You can ask where anything is by saying,
Pouvez-vous me dire où se trouve?
and then adding the place or location. In this final lesson, you learned how to say thank you, excuse me, I'm sorry, and to ask where something is in French. And in this series, we introduced you to the basics of French pronunciation, grammar, writing, and more. Let's conclude with some parting advice from Candace and listen to some of her tips on how to learn French from a native French perspective.
The best way to begin learning French is to start with simple words and build up your vocabulary. From there, you can start learning simple phrases and creating basic sentences. Don't concern yourself too much with articles and complex grammar when first starting out. Focus on stringing together words. Your goal is to communicate, and you don't have to be grammatically correct to do that. Learning basic word order and using the vocabulary that you know can get you a very long way. Remember, French uses the same subject, verb, object, word order as English. Focus on this aspect, and you'll be able to speak French in no time. Lastly, learning French, like any language, requires you to immerse yourself in the language. Exposure to the language is key. One simple thing you can do to immerse yourself is to watch contemporary French videos like our videos here at FrenchPod101.com. This will ensure that you're learning real, applicable French in the fastest way possible.
You've reached the end of this course, Introduction to French, but it's only the beginning of your journey to French fluency. Where do you go from here? Try our innovative French culture series where we teach you beginner vocab and even more useful phrases. Or check out any of our other video series. We have many different categories for you to choose from. Good luck as you continue learning French, and I'll see you in another video. Bye!
Bye!
Welcome to Can Do French by FrenchPod101.com.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Lia Mercier. Hi everyone, I'm Lia Mercier. In this lesson, you learn how to introduce yourself in French.
This is Mark Lee, and he's on a plane to France. Hugues Henry, a passenger sitting next to him, introduces himself by saying, "Hi, my name is Hugues. Nice to meet you."
Bonjour, je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Listen to the conversation and focus on Mark's response. Note, both Hugues and Mark use only their first names. Ready?
Bonjour, je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Je m'appelle Marc. Enchanté.
Once more with the English translation.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Hi, my name is Hugues. Nice to meet you.
Je m'appelle Marc. Enchanté.
My name is Mark. Nice to meet you.
Let's take a closer look at Mark's response.
Do you remember how Mark Lee introduces himself? My name is Mark. Nice to meet you.
Je m'appelle Marc. Enchanté.
Let's start with the expression.
Enchanté.
This literally means enchanted, but it translates as nice to meet you.
Enchanté. Enchanté.
Do you remember how Mark Lee says, "My name is Mark"?
Je m'appelle Marc.
First is
Je.
I.
Je. Je.
Next is,
M'appelle.
which translates as call myself.
M'appelle. M'appelle.
This starts with
Me.
me.
Me. Me.
Next is
Appelle.
call, as in I call.
Appelle. Appelle. Appelle.
Is from the verb,
Appeler.
meaning to call.
Appeler. Me.
Is contracted with
Appelle.
to form.
M'appelle.
Together,
Je m'appelle.
literally means I myself call, but it translates as my name is.
Je m'appelle.
Next is the name
Marc.
Mark.
Marc. Marc.
Together it's
Je m'appelle Marc.
My name is Mark.
Je m'appelle Marc.
The pattern is
Je m'appelle name.
my name is name.
Je m'appelle name.
To use this pattern, simply replace the name placeholder with your name. Imagine you're Karen. In French,
Karen. Karen. Karen.
say, my name is Karen. Ready?
Je m'appelle Karen.
My name is Karen.
Je m'appelle Karen.
In written French, the spelling of the expression enchanté will depend on the genders of a speaker. For male speakers, enchanté. For female speakers, enchanté. Note the additional E at the end of the word. The pronunciation of these two variations will be exactly the same.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté. Je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Je m'appelle Marc. Enchanté. Je m'appelle Marc. Enchanté.
Je m'appelle Karen. Enchantée. Je m'appelle Karen. Enchantée.
Je m'appelle Lia. Enchanté. Je m'appelle Lia. Enchanté.
Je suis Sadia, enchantée. Je suis Sadia, enchantée.
Did you notice how the last speaker uses a different pattern?
She says,
Je suis Sadia, enchantée.
I'm Sadia. Nice to meet you.
Je suis Sadia, enchantée.
First is
Je.
I.
Je
Next is
suis.
am.
Suis. Suis. Suis.
Is from the verb
Être.
meaning to be.
Être.
Next is the name
Sadia.
Sadia.
Sadia. Sadia.
Altogether,
Je suis Sadia.
I am Sadia.
Je suis Sadia.
The pattern is
Je suis name.
I am name.
Je suis name.
You should be aware of this pattern, but for this lesson, we'll use the pattern
Je m'appelle name.
my name is name.
Je m'appelle name.
Let's review the key vocabulary.
Bonjour.
Hi,
Bonjour. Bonjour. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say I? Je. Je. And how to say I call myself? Je m'appelle. Je m'appelle. Do you remember how Mark says, my name is Mark? Je m'appelle Marc. Je m'appelle Marc. Do you remember how to say, nice to meet you? Enchanté. Enchanté. Do you remember how Mark says, my name is Mark, nice to meet you?
Je m'appelle Marc. Enchanté.
Je m'appelle Marc. Enchanté. Do you remember how Hugues says hi? Bonjour. Bonjour. Do you remember how Hugues says, hi, my name is Hugues. Nice to meet you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Karen.
Karen.
Respond to Hugues' self-introduction. Ready?
Bonjour, je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Je m'appelle Karen. Enchantée.
Listen again and repeat.
Je m'appelle Karen. Enchantée. Je m'appelle Karen. Enchantée.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Sadia.
Sadia.
Ready?
Bonjour, je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Je m'appelle Sadia. Enchantée.
Listen again and repeat.
Je m'appelle Sadia. Enchantée. Je m'appelle Sadia. Enchantée.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Leah.
Lia.
Ready?
Bonjour, je m'appelle Hugues. Enchanté.
Je m'appelle Lia. Enchantée.
Listen again and repeat.
Je m'appelle Lia. Enchantée. Je m'appelle Lia. Enchantée. In France, when two people meet for the first time, it's also common to just say your name on its own. Right after saying bonjour, you pause a bit and give your name. For example, bonjour, Lia. Enchantée. Hello, Lia. Nice to meet you. This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try any time you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Well done! Now you know how to introduce yourself in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. This is the end of this lesson.
Now, here's what you can do to cement this conversation in your head. Review the conversation with our dialogue tool and lesson transcripts. Study the key words and phrases with our spaced repetition flashcards. Review the key grammar and cultural tips inside the lesson notes. and test yourself with our assessment tests. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to access our Can-Do course.
Well done! Now you know how to introduce yourself in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Welcome to Can-Do French by FrenchPod101.com.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Lia Mercier. Hi everyone, I'm Lia Mercier. In this lesson, you'll learn how to tell someone where you are from in French.
This is Mark Lee, and he's on a plane to France. Hugues Henry, a passenger sitting next to him, asks, "Where are you from?"
D'où venez-vous?
Listen to the conversation and focus on Mark's response. Note, the speakers in this conversation use formal French. Ready?
D'où venez-vous?
Je viens de New York.
Once more with the English translation.
D'où venez-vous?
Where are you from?
Je viens de New York.
I'm from New York.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Hugues Henry asks, "Where are you from?"
D'où venez-vous?
First is
D'où?
from where.
D'où?
This starts with
De.
which translates as from in this context.
De. De.
Next is
Où?
meaning where.
Où? Où? De.
Is contracted with
Où?
to form.
D'où?
Next is
Venez.
come, as in you come.
Venez. Venez. Venez.
Is from the verb
Venir.
meaning to come.
Venir.
After this is
Vous.
which is literally the plural form of you, as in you all. But it's also the formal way to address a single person, as is the case here.
Vous. Vous.
Together
Venez-vous.
translates as you come.
Venez-vous.
Altogether
D'où venez-vous?
literally means from where come you, but it translates as where are you from?
D'où venez-vous?
Remember this question. You'll hear it again later in this lesson.
Now, let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Mark Lee says, "I'm from New York"?
Je viens de New York.
First is
Je.
I.
Je. Je.
Next is
Viens.
meaning come, as in I come.
Viens. Viens. Viens.
Is from the verb
Venir.
meaning to come.
Venir.
After this is
De.
which means from in this context.
De.
Last is the city,
New York.
New York.
New York. New York.
Altogether it's
Je viens de New York.
this literally means I come from New York, but can translate as I'm from New York.
Je viens de New York.
The pattern is
Je viens de city name.
I'm from city name.
Je viens de city name.
To use this pattern, simply replace the city name placeholder with the name of your hometown. Imagine you're from Sydney.
Sydney. Sydney. Sydney.
Say, I'm from Sydney. Ready?
Je viens de Sydney.
I'm from Sydney.
Je viens de Sydney. When talking about where you're from, de is used before feminine nouns. All cities are feminine in French, so when talking about your hometown or home city, use de. You can also use this pattern with countries. However, countries can be either masculine or feminine. If you use this pattern with a country name that's masculine, use du instead of de. For example, je viens de France. France, France, is feminine. Je viens du Japon. Japon, Japan, is masculine.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Je viens de New York. Je viens de New York.
Je viens de Nantes. Je viens de Nantes.
Je viens de Seattle. Je viens de Seattle.
Je viens de Londres. Je viens de Londres.
Je viens de Paris. Je viens de Paris.
Je suis australienne. Je suis australienne.
Did you notice how the last speaker uses a different pattern?
She says,
Je suis australienne.
I'm Australian.
Je suis australienne.
First is
Je,
I.
je.
Next is
Suis,
am, as in I am.
suis, suis, suis.
Is from the verb
Être,
meaning to be.
être.
Together it's
Je suis,
meaning I am.
je suis.
After this is
Australienne,
meaning Australian.
australienne, australienne,
Note
australienne.
is feminine. This pattern is
Je suis nationality.
I'm nationality.
Je suis nationality.
In Mia Martin's case, she uses the feminine adjective
Australienne,
to describe herself.
Je suis australienne.
In the case of a male speaker from Australia, he would use a masculine adjective
australien,
to describe himself.
Je suis australien.
I'm Australian.
Je suis australien.
You should be aware of this pattern, but for this lesson, we'll use the pattern
Je viens de city name.
I'm from city name.
Je viens de city name.
Let's review the key vocabulary.
Nantes,
Nantes,
Nantes, Nantes. Seattle,
Seattle,
Seattle, Seattle. Londres,
London,
Londres, Londres. Paris,
Paris,
Paris, Paris. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then repeat after me focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say New York? New York. New York. And how to say from New York? De New York. De New York. Do you remember how to say I? Je. Je. Do you remember how Mark Lee says, I'm from New York?
Je viens de New York.
Je viens de New York. Do you remember the formal way to say you? Vous. Vous. And how to say from where? D'où. D'où. Do you remember how Hugues Henry asks, where are you from?
D'où venez-vous?
D'où venez-vous? Do you remember how to say London? Londres. Londres. Do you remember how to say Seattle? Seattle. Seattle. Do you remember how to say Paris? Paris. Paris.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Jack Jones from London. Respond to Hugues Henry's question. Ready?
D'où venez-vous?
Je viens de Londres.
Listen again and repeat.
Je viens de Londres. Je viens de Londres.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Emma Auge from Seattle. Ready?
D'où venez-vous?
Je viens de Seattle.
Listen again and repeat.
Je viens de Seattle. Je viens de Seattle.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Liam Mercier from Paris. Ready?
D'où venez-vous?
Je viens de Paris.
Listen again and repeat.
Je viens de Paris. Je viens de Paris. This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Well done! Now you know how to tell where you are from in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. This is the end of this lesson.
Now, here's what you can do to cement this conversation in your head. Review the conversation with our dialogue tool and lesson transcripts. Study the key words and phrases with our spaced repetition flashcards. Review the key grammar and cultural tips inside the lesson notes. And test yourself with our assessment tests. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to access our Can-Do course.
Well done! Now you know how to tell where you are from in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Welcome to Can-Do French by FrenchPod101.com.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Lia Mercier. Hi everyone, I'm Lia Mercier. In this lesson, you'll learn how to talk about your occupation in French.
This is Mark Lee, and he's on a plane to France. He asks the passenger sitting next to him, Hugues Henry, "Are you a student?"
Êtes-vous étudiant?
Listen to the conversation and focus on Hugues' response. The speakers in this conversation use formal French. Ready?
Êtes-vous étudiant?
Non, je ne suis pas étudiant. Je suis investisseur.
Once more with the English translation.
Êtes-vous étudiant?
Are you a student?
Non, je ne suis pas étudiant. Je suis investisseur.
No, I'm not a student. I'm an investor.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Mark asks, "Are you a student?"
Êtes-vous étudiant?
First is
Être,
are, as in, are you?
être, être, être,
Is from the verb,
être,
meaning to be.
être.
After this is
Vous,
the plural form of you, as in you all. But here it's the formal way to address a single person.
vous, vous.
Together,
Êtes-vous,
are you, when addressing a single person.
êtes-vous,
Last is the word
étudiant,
student.
étudiant, étudiant.
In French, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Étudiant,
Is masculine singular. Altogether, it's
êtes-vous étudiant?
are you a student?
Êtes-vous étudiant?
Now, let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Hugues says, "No, I'm not a student. I'm an investor"?
Non, je ne suis pas étudiant. Je suis investisseur.
First is
Non,
no.
non, non.
It answers Mark's yes or no question, "Are you a student?"
Êtes-vous étudiant?
After this, Hugues specifies that he's not a student.
Je ne suis pas étudiant.
I'm not a student.
Je ne suis pas étudiant.
First is
Je,
I.
je
After this is
ne suis pas,
meaning am not.
ne suis pas.
Let's start with
Suis,
meaning am, as in I am.
suis, suis, suis.
Is from the verb,
Être,
meaning to be.
être.
Before the verb is
Ne, ne, ne.
after the verb is
Pas, pas, pas.
together,
Ne, pas,
means not.
ne, pas.
Altogether, it's
Je ne suis pas.
I am not.
Je ne suis pas.
Next is
Étudiant.
student.
Étudiant.
Altogether,
Je ne suis pas étudiant.
I'm not a student.
Je ne suis pas étudiant.
Oog then tells Mark his actual occupation.
Je suis investisseur.
I'm an investor.
Je suis investisseur.
First is
Je.
I.
Je
Next is
suis.
am, as in I am.
Suis.
Last is
Investisseur.
investor.
Investisseur. Investisseur.
The word
Investisseur.
is a masculine singular noun. Together,
Je suis investisseur.
I'm an investor.
Je suis investisseur.
Altogether,
Non, je ne suis pas étudiant. Je suis investisseur.
no, I'm not a student. I'm an investor.
Non, je ne suis pas étudiant. Je suis investisseur.
The pattern is
Non, je ne suis pas occupation. Je suis actual occupation.
no, I'm not occupation. I'm actual occupation.
Non, je ne suis pas occupation. Je suis actual occupation.
Imagine you're Emma Auge, a student. The word for female student is
Étudiante. Étudiante. Étudiante.
Ook asks if you're a teacher. The word for a female teacher is
Professeur. Professeur. Professeur.
say, no, I'm not a teacher. I'm a student. Ready?
Non, je ne suis pas professeur, je suis étudiante.
No, I'm not a teacher. I'm a student.
Non, je ne suis pas professeur, je suis étudiante.
Let's look at some more examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Non, je ne suis pas étudiant. Je suis investisseur. Non, je ne suis pas étudiant. Je suis investisseur.
Non, je ne suis pas professeur, je suis étudiante. Non, je ne suis pas professeur, je suis étudiante.
Non, je ne suis pas professeur. Je suis ingénieur. Non, je ne suis pas professeur. Je suis ingénieur.
Non, je ne suis pas infirmière, je suis médecin. Non, je ne suis pas infirmière, je suis médecin.
Non, je ne suis pas étudiante. Je suis professeur. Non, je ne suis pas étudiante. Je suis professeur.
Non, je suis barista. Non, je suis barista.
Did you notice how the last speaker omits part of the response?
Non, je suis barista.
No, I'm a barista.
Non, je suis barista.
When directly responding to someone's question, it's often possible to omit part of the response. Here, by simply answering,
Non,
no, there's no need to say,
je ne suis pas étudiant.
I'm not a student. The pattern is,
Non, je suis actual occupation.
no, I'm actual occupation.
Non, je suis actual occupation.
You should be aware of this pattern, but for this lesson, we'll use the pattern.
Non, je ne suis pas occupation. Je suis actual occupation.
No, I'm not occupation. I'm actual occupation.
Non, je ne suis pas occupation. Je suis actual occupation.
Let's review the key vocabulary. Student,
Étudiant. Étudiant. Étudiante. Étudiante.
teacher,
Professeur. 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 Professeur.
engineer,
Ingénieur. 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 Ingénieur.
nurse,
Infirmier. Infirmier. Infirmière. Infirmière. Médecin.
doctor,
Médecin. Médecin. Barista.
barista,
Barista. Barista. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then, repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember the word for a male investor? Investisseur. Investisseur. And how to say I? Je. Je. Do you remember how Hugues says, I'm an investor? Je suis investisseur. Je suis investisseur. Do you remember the word for a male student? Étudiant. Étudiant. Do you remember how Hugues says, I'm not a student? Je ne suis pas étudiant. Je ne suis pas étudiant. Do you remember how Hugues Henry says, I'm not a student, I'm an investor?
Je ne suis pas étudiant, je suis investisseur.
Je ne suis pas étudiant. Je suis investisseur. Do you remember the formal way to say you? Vous. Vous. Do you remember how Mark Lee asks, are you a student? Remember, Mark uses formal French.
Êtes-vous étudiant?
Êtes-vous étudiant? Do you remember the word for a female student? Étudiante. Étudiante. And the word for a male teacher? Professeur. Professeur. Do you remember the word for a female teacher? Professeur. Professeur. Do you remember the word for a male engineer? Ingénieur. Ingénieur.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Mark Lee and you're an engineer. Respond to Hugues' question. Ready?
Êtes-vous professeur?
Non, je ne suis pas professeur. Je suis ingénieur.
Listen again and repeat.
Non, je ne suis pas professeur. Je suis ingénieur. Non, je ne suis pas professeur. Je suis ingénieur.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Leah Mercier and you're a teacher. Ready?
Êtes-vous étudiante?
Non, je ne suis pas étudiante. Je suis professeure.
Listen again and repeat.
Non, je ne suis pas étudiante. Je suis professeure. Non, je ne suis pas étudiante. Je suis professeure.
Let's try one more. Now, imagine you're Emma Auge and you're a student. Ready?
Êtes-vous professeur?
Non, je ne suis pas professeur. Je suis étudiante.
Listen again and repeat.
Non, je ne suis pas professeur. Je suis étudiante. Non, je ne suis pas professeur. Je suis étudiante.
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Well done! Now you know how to talk about your occupation in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. This is the end of this lesson.
Now, here's what you can do to cement this conversation in your head. Review the conversation with our dialogue tool and lesson transcripts. Study the key words and phrases with our spaced repetition flashcards. Review the key grammar and cultural tips inside the lesson notes. And test yourself with our assessment tests. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to access our Can-Do course.
Well done! Now you know how to talk about your occupation in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Welcome to Can Do French by FrenchPod101.com.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Leah Mercier. Hi everyone, I'm Leah Mercier. In this lesson, you learn how to give your phone number.
This is Mark Lee, and he's at City Hall registering his address. The civil servant who is helping him says, "Your phone number, please."
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Listen to the conversation and focus on the response. Note, the civil servant in this conversation uses formal French. Ready?
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 06 00 34 57 00.
Once more with the English translation.
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Your phone number, please.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 06 00 34 57 00.
My phone number is 06 00 34 57 00.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how the civil servant says, "Your phone number, please"?
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Let's start with
Numéro de téléphone.
meaning phone number.
Numéro de téléphone.
First is
Numéro.
number.
Numéro. Numéro.
In French, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Numéro.
Is masculine and singular. A fact that determines the form of other words in the sentence. Next is
De.
of in this context.
De.
Last is
Téléphone.
phone.
Téléphone. Téléphone.
Note.
Téléphone.
Translates as telephone or phone. We'll use the abbreviated version, phone, as this will include various kinds of phones, including mobile phones, landlines, and so forth. Together, it's
Numéro de téléphone.
This literally means number of telephone, or telephone's number, but it translates as telephone number or phone number.
Numéro de téléphone.
Before this is
Votre.
meaning your in this formal context.
Votre. Votre.
Note.
Votre.
Fundamentally means your when referring to more than one person, but it's also a formal way to say your when speaking to someone directly using formal French. Now, you might be more familiar with
Ton.
an informal word for your, as in
Ton numéro de téléphone.
your phone number. As this is a city office setting, the formal form
Votre.
is more appropriate. Altogether,
Votre numéro de téléphone.
your phone number.
Votre numéro de téléphone.
Last is
S'il vous plaît.
meaning please.
S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît.
Altogether, it's
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
your phone number, please.
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Remember this request. You'll hear it again later.
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember Mark's response? My phone number is 06 00 34 57 00.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 06 00 34 57 00.
Do you remember the phrase for phone number?
Numéro de téléphone.
Phone number.
Numéro de téléphone.
Before this is the word
Mon.
my.
Mon. Mon.
In this sentence,
Mon.
is masculine and singular to agree with.
Numéro.
Altogether, it's
Mon numéro de téléphone.
my phone number.
Mon numéro de téléphone.
Next is
Est.
is, as in my phone number is.
Est. Est. Est.
Is from the verb
Être.
meaning to be.
Être.
Together, it's
Mon numéro de téléphone est.
My phone number is.
Mon numéro de téléphone est.
Next is.
Le.
Think of it like the in English.
Le. Le.
Here
Le.
is also masculine singular to agree with.
Numéro.
Note, in this sentence, the article
Le.
does not have a corresponding English translation. Next is Mark's phone number.
06 00 34 57 00. 06 00 34 57 00.
Note how Mark says his phone number. When giving your number in French, include a slight pause after each group of two numbers. Altogether, it's
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 06 00 34 57 00.
my phone number is 06 00 34 57 00.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 06 00 34 57 00.
The pattern is
Mon numéro de téléphone est le phone number.
my phone number is phone number.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le phone number.
To use this pattern, simply replace the phone number placeholder with your phone number. Imagine your phone number is 0011223344.
0 0 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 0 0 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4.
Say, my phone number is 0011223344. Ready?
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 00 11 22 33 44.
My phone number is 0011223344.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 00 11 22 33 44.
In France, all numbers start with 0, with the exception of emergency services.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat, or speak along with the native speakers.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 06 00 34 57 00.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 00 11 22 33 44.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 00 99 88 77 66.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 07 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2.
00 01 10 10 02. Did you notice how I omitted mon numéro de téléphone est le 00 01 10 10 02.
0001101002. When directly responding to a request, it's often possible to omit part of the response. Here, by simply giving your phone number, there's no need to say,
Mon numéro de téléphone est le
My phone number is. The pattern is,
phone number.
you should be aware of this shortcut, but for this lesson, we'll use the sentence pattern.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le phone number.
My phone number is phone number.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le phone number. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then, repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say phone? Téléphone. Téléphone. And how to say number? Numéro. Numéro. Do you remember how to say phone number? Numéro de téléphone. Numéro de téléphone. And how to say my phone number? Mon numéro de téléphone. Mon numéro de téléphone. Do you remember how to say my phone number is? Mon numéro de téléphone est. Mon numéro de téléphone est. Do you remember how Mark says, my phone number is 0600345700?
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 06 00 34 57 00.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 06 00 34 57 00. Do you remember the formal way to say your phone number? Votre numéro de téléphone. Votre numéro de téléphone. And how to say please? S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Do you remember how the civil servant says, your phone number, please?
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Karen Lee, and your phone number is
08 72 36 90 66.
Respond to the civil servant's request. Ready?
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 08 7 2 3 6 9 0 6 6.
Listen again and repeat.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 08 7 2 3 6 9 0 6 6. Mon numéro de téléphone est le 08 7 2 3 6 9 0 6 6.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Ben Lee, and your phone number is
01 10 10 02 03.
ready?
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 0 1 1 0 1 0 0 2 0 3.
Listen again and repeat.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 0 1 1 0 1 0 0 2 0 3. Mon numéro de téléphone est le 0 1 1 0 1 0 0 2 0 3.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Justine Jerome, and your phone number is
00 99 88 77 66.
ready?
Votre numéro de téléphone, s'il vous plaît.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 00 99 88 77 66.
Listen again and repeat.
Mon numéro de téléphone est le 00 99 88 77 66. Mon numéro de téléphone est le 00 99 88 77 66.
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now you know how to give your phone number in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. This is the end of this lesson.
Now, here's what you can do to cement this conversation in your head. Review the conversation with our dialogue tool and lesson transcripts. Study the key words and phrases with our spaced repetition flashcards. Review the key grammar and cultural tips inside the lesson notes. And test yourself with our assessment tests. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to access our Can-Do course.
Now you know how to give your phone number in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Welcome to Can-Do French by FrenchPod101.com.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Lia Mercier. Hi everyone, I'm Lia Mercier. In this lesson, you'll learn how to talk about your family.
This is Ben Lee, and he's at a coffee shop with his classmate, Justine Jerome. Ben is showing her some pictures. She points to one of them and asks, "Is this your family?"
Est-ce ta famille?
Listen to the conversation and focus on the response. Ready?
Est-ce ta famille?
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
Once more with the English translation.
Est-ce ta famille?
Is this your family?
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
Yes, this is my father, my mother, my sister, and me.
Let's take a closer look at the conversation.
Do you remember how Justine asks, "Is this your family?"
Est-ce ta famille?
Let's start with the word
Famille.
family.
Famille. Famille.
In French, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Famille.
Is feminine and singular, a fact that determines the form of other words in the sentence. Before
Famille.
is
Ta.
meaning your.
Ta. Ta. Ta.
Is feminine and singular to agree with.
Famille.
Together, it's
Ta famille.
your family.
Ta famille.
Moving to the start of the sentence,
Est.
is.
Est. Est.
Note,
Est.
is from the verb
Être.
meaning to be.
Être.
Next is
Ce.
this.
Ce. Ce.
Together, it's
Est.
meaning is this.
Est.
Notice the word order when asking a question.
Est.
Is, followed by
Ce.
this. When this inverted word order occurs in French, there must be a hyphen between the verb and the subject in this case. Note the pronunciation of
S. S.
it's pronounced as one sound.
S.
Is this?
S.
Altogether, it's
Est ta famille?
is this your family?
Est ta famille?
Note the rising intonation of the sentence to indicate that it's a question.
Est-ce ta famille?
Remember this question. You'll hear it again later.
Let's take a closer look at the response.
Do you remember how Ben says, "Yes, this is my father, my mother, my sister, and me"?
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
This starts with the expression,
Oui.
meaning yes.
Oui. Oui.
It answers Justine's yes or no question. Is this your family?
Est ta famille?
After this, Ben points to the picture and says,
C'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
first is,
C'est.
meaning this is.
C'est. C'est.
Note,
C'est.
is contracted with
Est.
to form.
C'est.
After this is,
Mon père.
my father,
Mon père. Père.
father,
Père. Père. Mon.
my,
Mon. Mon.
is masculine and singular to agree with.
Père. Mon père.
Next is,
Ma mère.
my mother,
Ma mère. Mère.
mother,
Mère. Mère. Ma.
my,
Ma. Ma.
is feminine and singular to agree with.
Mère. Ma mère.
After this is,
Ma sœur.
my sister,
Ma sœur. Sœur.
sister,
Sœur. Sœur. Ma.
my,
Ma.
is feminine and singular to agree with.
Sœur. Ma sœur.
Next is,
Et.
and,
et,
and last is
moi,
me.
moi, moi.
All together,
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
yes, this is my father, my mother, my sister, and me.
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
The pattern is
C'est family member, family member, family member et moi.
this is family member, family member, family member, and me. To use this pattern, simply replace the family member placeholder with the appropriate word for my and members of your family. Remember that the word for my will be
Mon,
when your family member is male and
ma,
when your family member is female. Imagine your family members are your father, your mother, your brother, and you.
frère,
Is brother.
frère, frère, frère.
Is masculine and singular. Therefore, my brother is
Mon frère, mon frère.
say, this is my father, my mother, my brother, and me. Ready?
C'est mon père, ma mère, mon frère et moi.
This is my father, my mother, my brother, and me.
C'est mon père, ma mère, mon frère et moi.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
C'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi. C'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
C'est mon père, ma mère, mon frère et moi. C'est mon père, ma mère, mon frère et moi.
C'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi. C'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
C'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur, mon frère et moi. C'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur, mon frère et moi.
Mes parents et moi. Mes parents et moi. Did you notice how I replaced mon père, ma mère with mes parents? Mes parents et moi.
My parents and me. The phrase
Mes parents.
means my parents.
Mes parents.
Remember, in French, all nouns have grammatical gender and are either singular or plural.
Parents.
Is masculine and plural, a fact that determines the form of other words in the sentence.
Parents.
Parents.
Parents. Parents.
Before this is
Mes.
my.
Mes. Mes.
Is masculine and plural to agree with
Parents. Mes parents et moi.
my parents and me.
Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. Then, repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say yes? Oui. Oui. And how to say me? Moi. Moi. Do you remember how to say and? Et. Et. Do you remember how to say sister? Sœur. Sœur. And how to say my sister? Ma sœur. Ma sœur. Do you remember how to say mother? Mère. Mère. And how to say my mother? Ma mère. Ma mère. Do you remember how to say father? Père. Père. And how to say my father? Mon père. Mon père. Do you remember how Ben says? Yes, this is my father, my mother, my sister, and me.
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi. Do you remember how to say family? Famille. Famille. And how to say your family? Ta famille. Ta famille. Do you remember how Justine asks, is this your family?
Est-ce ta famille?
Est-ce ta famille? Do you remember how to say brother? Frère. Frère. And how to say my brother? Mon frère. Mon frère.
Let's practice. Imagine you're Sasha, Ben's younger sister. Respond to your friend's question referring to the photo. Don't forget to include the word for yes at the beginning of your response. Ready?
Est-ce ta famille?
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, mon frère et moi.
Listen again and repeat.
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, mon frère et moi. Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, mon frère et moi.
Let's try another. Imagine you're Ben's classmate, Noé Najar. You have a father, mother, and sister. Ready?
Est-ce ta famille?
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
Listen again and repeat.
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi. Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur et moi.
Let's try one more. Imagine you're Ben's classmate and language exchange partner, Justine Jerome. You have a father, mother, sister, and brother. Ready?
Est-ce ta famille?
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur, mon frère et moi.
Listen again and repeat.
Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur, mon frère et moi. Oui, c'est mon père, ma mère, ma sœur, mon frère et moi.
This is the end of this lesson.
Remember, these can-do lessons are about learning practical language skills. What's next? Show us what you can do. When you're ready, take your assessment. You can take it again and again, so try anytime you like. Our teachers will assess it and give you your results.
Now, you know how to talk about your own family in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson. This is the end of this lesson.
Now, here's what you can do to cement this conversation in your head. Review the conversation with our dialogue tool and lesson transcripts. Study the key words and phrases with our spaced repetition flashcards. Review the key grammar and cultural tips inside the lesson notes. And test yourself with our assessment tests. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to access our Can-Do course.
Now, you know how to talk about your own family in French. That's all there is to it. Keep practicing and move on to the next lesson.
Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is insignifiant, insignificant, insignifiant, insignifiant, insignificant, montant insignifiant, insignificant amount, montant insignifiant, célèbre, famous, célèbre, célèbre, famous, acteur célèbre, famous actor, acteur célèbre, éternuer, sneeze, éternuer, éternuer, sneeze. La femme éternue. The woman is sneezing. La femme éternue. Décontracté. Casual. Décontracté. Décontracté. Casual. Vêtements décontractés. Casual clothing. Vêtements décontractés. Guitare. 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 Guitare à 6 cordes. 6-string guitar. Guitare à 6 cordes. Respirer. Breathe. Respirer. Respirer. Breathe. Respirer profondément. Breathe deeply. Respirez profondément. Cracher. Spit. Cracher. Cracher. Spit. Ne pas cracher. No spitting. Ne pas cracher. Dentiste. 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 Bon dentiste. Good dentist. Bon dentiste. Carie. Cavity. Carie. Carie. Cavity. Carie profonde. Deep cavity. Carie profonde. Asthme. Asthma. Asthme. Asthme. Asthma. Inhalateur pour l'asthme. Asthma inhaler. Inhalateur pour l'asthme. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word, phrase in English. Respond in French. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say insignificant? Insignifiant. Insignifiant. And how do you say famous? Célèbre. Célèbre. What about sneeze? Éternuer. Éternuer. Do you remember how to say casual? Décontracté. Décontracté. Let's try guitar. Guitare. Guitare. What about breathe? Respirer. Respirer. Now, let's see if you remember how to say spit. Cracher. Cracher. Another one. What about dentiste? Dentiste. Dentiste. Do you remember how to say cavity? Carie. Carie. And finally, do you remember how to say asthma? Asthme. Asthme. Well done! See you next time! Au revoir! Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is allergie. Allergy. Allergie. 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 Allergie au pollen. Allergy to pollen. Allergie au pollen. Carte d'embarquement. Boarding pass. Carte d'embarquement. Carte d'embarquement. Boarding pass. Carte d'embarquement pour le vol. Boarding pass for the flight. Carte d'embarquement pour le vol. Éducation. Education. Éducation. Éducation. Education. Éducation et formation. Education and training. Éducation et formation. Anglais. English. Anglais. Anglais. English. Monsieur Suzuki enseigne l'anglais. Mr. Suzuki teaches English. Monsieur Suzuki enseigne l'anglais. Droit. Law. Droit. Droit. Law. Étudier le droit. Study law. Étudier le droit. Flûte. 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 Flûte en argent. Silver flute. Flûte en argent. Service informatique. IT department. Service informatique. Service informatique. IT department. Appelle le service informatique. Call the IT department. Appelle le service informatique. Voyage d'affaires. Business trip. Voyage d'affaires. Voyage d'affaires. Business trip. Partir en voyage d'affaires. Go on a business trip. Partir en voyage d'affaires. Marketing. 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 Service marketing. Marketing department. Service marketing. Populaire. Popular. Populaire. Populaire. Popular. Homme populaire. Popular man. Homme populaire. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word, phrase in English. Respond in French. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say allergie? Allergie. Allergie. And how to say boarding pass? Carte d'embarquement. Carte d'embarquement. What about education? Éducation. Éducation. Do you remember how to say English? Anglais. Anglais. Let's try law. Droit. Droit. What about flute? Flute. Flute. Now, let's see if you remember how to say IT department. Service informatique. Service informatique. Another one. What about business trip? Voyage d'affaires. Voyage d'affaires. Do you remember how to say marketing? Marketing. Marketing. And finally, do you remember how to say popular? Populaire. Populaire. Well done! See you next time! Au revoir! Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is comptabilité. Accounting. Comptabilité. Comptabilité. Accounting. Comptabilité complète. Full accounting. Comptabilité complète. Bonus. 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 J'ai reçu une affiche en bonus. I got a poster as a bonus. J'ai reçu une affiche en bonus. Léger. Light. Léger. Léger. Light. Léger comme une plume. Light as a feather. Léger comme une plume. Trombone. 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 Jouer du trombone. Play the trombone. Jouer du trombone. Départ. Departure. Départ. Départ. Departure. Date du départ. Departure date. Date du départ. Arrivée. Arrival. Arrivée. Arrivée. Arrival. Porte d'arrivée. Arrival gate. Porte d'arrivée. Violon. Violin. Violon. Violon. Violin. Jouer du violon. Play the violin. Jouer du violon. Science de la Terre. Earth science. Science de la Terre. Science de la Terre. Earth science. Recherche en sciences de la Terre. Earth science research. Recherche en sciences de la Terre. Science. 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 Étude de science. Study of science. Étude de science. Ordonnance. Prescription. Ordonnance. Ordonnance. Prescription. Délivrer une ordonnance. Fill a prescription. Délivrer une ordonnance. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word, phrase in English. Respond in French. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say accounting? Comptabilité. Comptabilité. And how to say bonus? Bonus. Bonus. What about light? Léger. Léger. Do you remember how to say trombone? Trombone. Trombone. Let's try departure. Départ. Départ. What about arrival? Arriver. Arriver. Now, let's see if you remember how to say violin. Violon. Violon. Another one. What about a science? Science de la Terre. Science de la Terre. Do you remember how to say science? Science. Science. And finally, do you remember how to say prescription? Ordonnance. Ordonnance. Well done! See you next time! Au revoir! Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is bagage. Luggage. Bagage. Bagage. Luggage. Voyager avec des bagages. Travel with luggage. Voyager avec des bagages. Pansement. Bandage. Pansement. Pansement. Bandage. Prends les pansements. Get the bandages. Prends les pansements. Patient. 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 Patient malade. Sick patient. Patient malade. Service. Department. Service. Service. Department. Responsable de service. Department manager. Responsable de service. Comptable. Accountant. Comptable. Comptable. Accountant. Mon comptable. My accountant. Mon comptable. Avocat. Lawyer. Avocat. Avocat. Lawyer. Avocat à la cour de justice. Lawyer in a courtroom. Avocat à la cour de justice. Salaire. wage, salaire, salaire, wage, salaire minimum, minimum wage, salaire minimum, piano, 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 piano à queue, grand piano, piano à queue, numéro de vol, flight number, numéro de vol, numéro de vol, flight number, numéro de vol 345, flight number 345, numéro de vol 345, agriculture, 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 agriculture. L'agriculture est une industrie importante dans tous les pays. Agriculture is an important industry in every country. L'agriculture est une industrie importante dans tous les pays. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word, phrase in English. Respond in French. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say luggage? Bagage. Bagage. And how to say bandage? Pansement. Pansement. What about patient? Patient. Patient. Do you remember how to say department? Service. Service. Let's try accountant. Comptable. Comptable. What about lawyer? Avocat. Avocat. Now, let's see if you remember how to say wage. Salaire. Salaire. Another one. What about piano? Piano. Piano. Do you remember how to say flight number? Numéro de vol. Numéro de vol. And finally, do you remember how to say agriculture? Agriculture. Agriculture. Well done! See you next time! Au revoir! Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is infection, 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 infection de la peau, skin infection, infection de la peau, grippe, flu, grippe, grippe, flu, saison de la grippe, flu season, Saison de la grippe. Trompette. Trumpet. Trompette. Trompette. Trumpet. Leçon de trompette. Trumpet lessons. Leçon de trompette. Porte d'embarquement. Departure gate. Porte d'embarquement. Porte d'embarquement. Departure gate. Porte d'embarquement 43. Departure gate 43. Porte d'embarquement 43. Sociologie. 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 Étude de sociologie. Study of sociology. Étude de sociologie. Agent de bord. Flight attendant. Agent de bord. Agent de bord. Je suis agent de bord. I'm a flight attendant. Je suis agent de bord. Siège. Seat. Siège. Siège. Seat. Siège de l'avion. Airplane seat. Siège de l'avion. Médecine. 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 Domaine de la médecine. Field of medicine. Domaine de la médecine. Classe économique. Economy class. Classe économique. Classe économique. Economy class. Place en classe économique. Economy class seats. Place en classe économique. Vol. Flight. Vol. Vol. Flight. Carte d'embarquement pour le vol. Boarding pass for the flight. Carte d'embarquement pour le vol. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word, phrase in English. Respond in French. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say infection? Infection. Infection. And how do you say flu? Grippe. Grippe. What about trumpet? Trompette. Trompette. Do you remember how to say departure gate? Porte d'embarquement. Porte d'embarquement. Let's try sociologie. 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 What about flight attendant? Agent de bord. Agent de bord. Now, let's see if you remember how to say seat. Siège. Siège. Another one. What about medicine? Medicine. Medicine. Do you remember how to say economy class? Classe économique. Classe économique. And finally, do you remember how to say flight? Vol. Vol. Well done. See you next time. Au revoir. Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you learn. Okay, let's get started. First is saxophone. 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 Jouer du saxophone. Play the saxophone. Jouer du saxophone. Batterie. Drums. Batterie. Batterie. Drums. Jouer de la batterie. Play the drums. Jouer de la batterie. Harmonica. 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 Jouer de l'harmonica. Play the harmonica. Jouer de l'harmonica. Service de chambre. Room service. Service de chambre. Service de chambre. Room service. Le serveur fait le service de chambre. The waiter is delivering room service. Le serveur fait le service de chambre. Reçu. Receipt. Reçu. Reçu. Receipt. Reçu de l'hôtel. Hotel receipt. Reçu de l'hôtel. Wi-Fi. 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 Routeur Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi router. Routeur Wi-Fi. Poubelle. Garbage pail. Poubelle. Poubelle. Garbage pail. Mets la poubelle sur le trottoir tous les mardis pour qu'elle soit vidée. Put the garbage pail out by the curb every Tuesday to be emptied. Mets la poubelle sur le trottoir tous les mardis pour qu'elle soit vidée. Enveloppe. Envelope. Enveloppe. Enveloppe. Envelope. Enveloppe rouge. Red envelope. Enveloppe rouge. Papier. Paper. Papier. Papier. Paper. Morceau de papier. Piece of paper. Morceau de papier. Se fiancer. Engage. Se fiancer. Se fiancer. Engage. Tu es fiancé? Félicitations! Are you engaged? Congratulations! Tu es fiancé? Félicitations! Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in French. Then, repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Are you ready? Do you remember how to say saxophone? Saxophone. Saxophone. And how to say drums? Batterie. Batterie. What about harmonica? Harmonica. Harmonica. Do you remember how to say room service? Service de chambre. Service de chambre. Let's try receipt. Reçu. Reçu. What about Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Now, let's see if you remember how to say garbage pail. Poubelle. Poubelle. Another one. What about envelope? Envelope. Envelope. Do you remember how to say paper? Papier. Papier. And finally, do you remember how to say engage? Se fiancer. Se fiancer. Well done! See you next time! Au revoir! Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you learned. Okay, let's get started. First is piano électrique. Keyboard. Piano électrique. Piano électrique. Keyboard. Jouer du piano électrique. Play the keyboard. Jouer du piano électrique. Rougeur. Rush. Rougeur. Rougeur. Rush. Démangeaison et rougeur. Itchy rush. Démangeaison et rougeur. Nausée. Nausea. Nausée. Nausée. Nausea. Nausée et vomissement. Nausea and vomiting. Nausée et vomissement. Libre. Vacancy. Libre. Libre. Vacancy. Il n'y avait pas de chambre libre à l'hôtel, donc on a dû dormir dans notre voiture. There was no vacancy at the hotel, so we had to sleep in our car. Il n'y avait pas de chambre libre à l'hôtel, donc on a dû dormir dans notre voiture. Ping-pong. 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 Jouer au ping-pong. Play ping-pong. Jouer au ping-pong. Course à pied. Running. Course à pied. Course à pied. Running. La course à pied est un bon exercice pour renforcer le cœur et les poumons. Running is a great exercise to strengthen the heart and lungs. La course à pied est un bon exercice pour renforcer le cœur et les poumons. DVD. 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 Vous pouvez emprunter des livres, des CD et des DVD à la bibliothèque. You can borrow books, CDs and DVDs from the library. Vous pouvez emprunter des livres, des CD et des DVD à la bibliothèque. Agrafe. Staple. Agrafe. Agrafe. Staple. Boîte d'agrafes. Box of staples. Boîte d'agrafes. Agrafeuse. Stapler. Agrafeuse. Agrafeuse. Stapler. Rends-moi mon agrafeuse. Return my stapler. Rends-moi mon agrafeuse. Se marier. Marry. Se marier. Se marier. Marry. Je veux me marier avec toi. I want to marry you. Je veux me marier avec toi. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word phrase in English. Respond in French. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say keyboard? Piano électrique. Piano électrique. And how to say rush? Rougeur. Rougeur. What about nausea? Nausée. Nausée. Do you remember how to say vacancy? Libre. Libre. Let's try ping pong. Ping pong. Ping pong. What about running? Course à pied. Course à pied. Now, let's see if you remember how to say DVD. 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 Another one. What about staple? Agrafe. Agrafe. Do you remember how to say stapler? Agrafeuse. Agrafeuse. And finally, do you remember how to say marry? Se marier. se marier. Well done! See you next time! Au revoir! Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you learned. Okay, let's get started. First is fatigue. 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 Fatigue musculaire. Muscle fatigue. Fatigue musculaire. Démangeaison. Itch. Démangeaison. Démangeaison. Itch. Gratter une démangeaison. Scratch an itch. Gratter une démangeaison. Angine. Sore throat. Angine. Angine. Sore throat. J'ai une angine. I have a sore throat. J'ai une angine. Baseball. 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 Match de baseball. Baseball game. Match de baseball. Hockey sur glace. Ice hockey. Hockey sur glace. Hockey sur glace. Ice hockey. Jouer au hockey sur glace. Play ice hockey. Jouer au hockey sur glace. Ski. Skiing. Ski. Ski. Skiing. Ski de fond. Cross-country skiing. Ski de fond. Trombone. Paperclip. Trombone. Trombone. Paperclip. Boîte de trombone. Box of paperclips. Boîte de trombone. CD. 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 J'ai commandé un nouveau CD. I ordered a new CD. J'ai commandé un nouveau CD. Acheter. Buy. Acheter. Acheter. Buy. Acheter de la nourriture. Buy food. Acheter de la nourriture. Madrid. 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 Madrid, Espagne. Madrid, Spain. Madrid, Espagne. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word phrase in English. Respond in French, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say fatigue? Fatigue. Fatigue. And how to say each? Démangeaison. Démangeaison. What about sore throat? Angine. Angine. Do you remember how to say baseball? Baseball. Baseball. Let's try ice hockey. Hockey sur glace. Hockey sur glace. What about skiing? Ski. Ski. Now, let's see if you remember how to say paperclip. Trombone. Trombone. Another one. What about CD? CD. CD. Do you remember how to say bye? Acheter. Acheter. And finally, do you remember how to say Madrid? Madrid. Madrid. Well done! See you next time! Au revoir! Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you learned. Okay, let's get started. First is nez qui coule, runny nose. Nez qui coule, nez qui coule, runny nose. Avoir le nez qui coule. Have a runny nose. Avoir le nez qui coule. Vertige. Dizzy. Vertige. Vertige. Dizzy. J'ai le vertige. I feel dizzy. J'ai le vertige. Nez bouché. Stuffy nose. Nez bouché. Nez bouché. Stuffy nose. Médicament pour le nez bouché. Medicine for a stuffy nose. Médicament pour le nez bouché. Volleyball. 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 Jouer au volleyball. Play volleyball. Jouer au volleyball. Golf. 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 Jouer au golf. Play golf. Jouer au golf. Box. Boxing. Box. Box. Boxing. Ring de boxe. Boxing ring. Ring de boxe. Voyager. Travel. Voyager. Voyager. Trouble. Voyager avec des bagages. Travel with luggage. Voyager avec des bagages. Être diplômé. Graduate. Être diplômé. Être diplômé. Graduate. Après avoir été diplômé, je voyagerai 1 an partout dans le monde. After I graduate, I will travel the world for 1 year. Après avoir été diplômé, je voyagerai 1 an partout dans le monde. Déménager. Move. Déménager. Déménager. Move. La famille a déménagé dans une nouvelle maison. The family moved to a new home. La famille a déménagé dans une nouvelle maison. New Delhi. New Delhi. New Delhi. New Delhi. New Delhi. New Delhi, Inde. New Delhi, India. New Delhi, Inde. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in French, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say runny nose? Nez qui coule. Nez qui coule. And how to say dizzy? Vertige. Vertige. What about stuffy nose? Nez bouché. Nez bouché. Do you remember how to say volleyball? Volleyball. Volleyball. Let's try golf. 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 What about boxing? Box. Box. Now, let's see if you remember how to say travel. Voyager. Voyager. Another one. What about graduate? Être diplômé. Être diplômé. Do you remember how to say move? Déménager. Déménager. And finally, do you remember how to say New Delhi? New Delhi. New Delhi. Well done! See you next time! Au revoir! Hi everybody, my name is Tommy. Welcome to the 2000 Core French Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you learned. Okay, let's get started. First is all, lobby. All, lobby. Hall de l'hôtel. Hotel lobby. Hall de l'hôtel. Service de réveil. Wake up service. Service de réveil. Service de réveil. Wake up service. J'utilise le service de réveil pour qu'il m'appelle à 6 heures du matin. I used the wake-up service to call me at 6 o'clock a.m. J'utilise le service de réveil pour qu'il m'appelle à 6 heures du matin. Suite. 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 Cet hôtel dispose d'une des meilleures suites de la ville. This hotel has one of the best suites in the city. Cet hôtel dispose d'une des meilleures suites de la ville. Cyclisme. Cycling. Cyclisme. Cyclisme. Cycling. Le cyclisme a l'air fatigant. Cycling looks tiring. Le cyclisme a l'air fatigant. Course de voiture. Auto racing. Course de voiture. Course de voiture. Auto racing. Course de voiture sur un circuit de course automobile. Racing car on an auto racing track. Course de voiture sur un circuit de course automobile. Scotch. Scotch tape. Scotch. Scotch. Scotch tape. Rouleau de scotch. Roll of scotch tape. Rouleau de scotch. Être né. Be born. Être né. Être né. Be born. Je suis né en 1980. I was born in 1980. Je suis né en 1980. Trouver un travail. Get a job. Trouver un travail. Trouver un travail. Get a job. Mon frère a enfin trouvé un travail. My brother finally got a job. Mon frère a enfin trouvé un travail. Mourir. Die. Mourir. Mourir. Die. Mourir d'une maladie. Die of an illness. Mourir d'une maladie. Tokyo. 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 Ville de Tokyo, Japon. City of Tokyo, Japan. Ville de Tokyo, Japon. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in French. Then, repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say lobby? All. All. And how to say wake-up service? Service de réveil. Service de réveil. What about suite? Suite. Suite. Do you remember how to say cycling? cyclisme, cyclisme. Let's try auto racing. Course de voiture, course de voiture. What about scotch tape? Scotch, scotch. Now let's see if you remember how to say be born. Être né, être né. Another one. What about get a job? Trouver un travail. Trouver un travail. Do you remember how to say die? Mourir. Mourir. And finally, do you remember how to say Tokyo? Tokyo. Tokyo. Well done! See you next time. Au revoir!
Welcome to FrenchPod101.com's Le français en 3 minutes. The fastest, easiest and the most fun way to learn French. Salut, je m'appelle Ingrid. Enchantée. Hi, I'm Ingrid. Nice to meet you. In this series, we are going to learn basic French expressions. It's super easy and it only takes 3 minutes. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to introduce yourself in French. There are only 2 sentences you need to do it. But first, it is important to clarify that in French, there is a difference between the formal and the informal language. Let's first see how French people introduce themselves in an informal situation. Salut, je m'appelle Ingrid. Enchantée de te rencontrer. Hi, I'm Ingrid. Nice to meet you. Salut, je m'appelle Ingrid. Enchantée de te rencontrer. Start by saying salut, je m'appelle. Then say your name. Salut, je m'appelle Ingrid. Finally, say enchantée de te rencontrer. Salut, je m'appelle Ingrid. Enchantée de te rencontrer. And now, let's see the same sentence in formal speech. Bonjour, je m'appelle Ingrid Dubreuil. Je suis enchantée de vous rencontrer. Good morning, I'm Ingrid Dubreuil. Nice to meet you. Bonjour, je m'appelle Ingrid Dubreuil. Je suis enchantée de vous rencontrer. So, what has changed from the previous introduction? Let's take a closer look at this together. Salut has been substituted with the formal greeting bonjour, French for good day. Je m'appelle Ingrid has not been changed. Je m'appelle stands in both cases for I am. However, during a formal self-introduction, we always say our last name, so I said Ingrid Dubreuil. Here, you would say your full name. Finally, pay attention to the ending. We went from te rencontrer to vous rencontrer. What is changing is the French word for you. In a formal sentence, we use the more polite word vous. One more time. The informal way to introduce yourself in French is Salut, je m'appelle Ingrid. Enchantée de te rencontrer. The formal way to introduce yourself is Bonjour, je m'appelle Ingrid Dubreuil. Je suis enchantée de vous rencontrer. Now it's time for Ingrid's insights. When you introduce yourself, it's a good habit to shake hands in France, and if you are not sure whether to use Enchantée de te rencontrer or Enchantée de vous rencontrer, just simply say Enchantée, as I said at the beginning of this lesson. If you use the correct sentence with French people, they are definitely going to be impressed. In the last lesson, we learned how to introduce ourselves in French. Today, we are going to learn how to use good manners as we thank people. Vous êtes prêts? Are you ready? Alors, c'est parti! So, let's start. There are several ways to thank someone. Let's start with the easiest. It is just one word. Merci. Merci. Merci means thank you. When saying thank you very much, you just need to add beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Beaucoup means a lot. So merci beaucoup is like saying thank you very much. During the last lesson, we mentioned both the informal and the formal way of speaking French. Merci is the casual way to thank someone. If you want to be more formal, there is another phrase you should use. Je vous remercie. Je vous remercie. Let's break this phrase down. Je is I, and vous is the formal word for you. Remercie means give thanks. I give thanks to you. Je vous remercie. How do you answer? It's easy. There are basically two different ways to do it. The first is de rien. De rien. De rien literally means it's nothing, but it is the equivalent of you are welcome. The other way to say you are welcome is the expression je vous en prie. Je vous en prie. Literally, this phrase means I beg you to do it, or please do, but it has become a common and polite way to respond to someone thanking you. So when someone's saying merci to you, we can simply reply with de rien or je vous en prie. Now it's time for Ingrid's insights. If you're not sure about whether to use merci or je vous remercie, just keep it simple. You don't have to worry about formal or informal situations. Merci can be used with just about anyone, anywhere, or at any time. In the last lesson, we learned how to be grateful to people by saying merci. In this lesson, we'll learn some of the other most common greetings used in France. Vous êtes prêts? Are you ready? Alors, c'est parti. Let's start. The most used informal greeting is salut. Salut. Salut means hi, hello, or goodbye. We use it when we meet but also when we leave. We should only use this greeting with friends and family. And now, let's continue by discussing the formal way to greet people. The one you are probably used to hearing is bonjour. Bonjour. Literally, bonjour means good day. However, we may also interpret it as good morning or good afternoon. As a rule of thumb, we can use bonjour only during the daytime, from morning until evening. During the evening, we say bonsoir. Bonsoir. Soir is French for evening, so bonsoir means good evening. Bonjour and bonsoir are used when we meet someone, but when we leave, we don't say them again. In this formal situation, French people use au revoir. Au revoir. Au revoir means goodbye. Finally, in French, we have an expression meaning see you soon that can be considered both formal and informal. À bientôt. À bientôt. Now, you can greet people in many different ways in French. Let's review them all again. When meeting someone informally, we say salut. When meeting someone formally, we say bonjour or bonsoir. When living in a formal situation, au revoir. When living, no matter whether it's formal or informal situation, à bientôt. It's easy, isn't it? Now it's time for Ingrid's insights. In formal situation, French people commonly greet each other by shaking hands. On the other hand, if we meet someone we are really friends with, we kiss each other on both cheeks. Don't be afraid to do it with your French friends. It's normal. In the last lesson, we learned the most common forms of greetings in French. Do you remember them? In this lesson, we are going to learn a very useful phrase. Do you speak English? If you find yourself in a situation where you need assistance in English, this phrase can be a lifesaver. And because you're asking it in French, you can be sure that everyone will understand what you're saying, even if their answer is no. Here's the informal way to say it. Est-ce que tu parles anglais? Est-ce que tu parles anglais? In French, verbs change depending on the pronoun that is used. Please notice the word tu in the middle of the sentence. Remember that this is the informal way to say you. The next word is the verb parler, which means to speak. Because it's referring to tu, it's conjugated to tu parles. Est-ce que is an interrogative form to introduce the question. It is similar to the English word do here. And you probably recognize anglais, that is English. Est-ce que tu parles anglais? To learn how to properly conjugate verbs like parler, please look at the Absolute Beginner series on FrenchPod101.com. You can find very detailed grammar lessons and resources there. We are now going to make this sentence formal. First, we need to use a formal version of you, which is vous. If we change the word to vous, we will conjugate parler differently. It becomes this, but it's pronounced the same way. Parler. Est-ce que vous parlez anglais? Est-ce que vous parlez anglais? Adding excuse-moi, excuse me, the sentence becomes even more polite. Excusez-moi, est-ce que vous parlez anglais? Excusez-moi, est-ce que vous parlez anglais? The responses you will receive could be one of these three. Oui, yes. Oui. Un peu, a little. Un peu. Non, je ne parle pas anglais. No, I don't speak English. Non, je ne parle pas anglais. Since this last one is a negative statement, we need to say ne before the verb, parle, and pas after it. Notice that the verb parle is slightly different from parler. Remember, the verb changed depending on the pronoun used. We are now talking about je, French for I, thus I don't speak is je ne parle pas. Now it's time for Ingrid's insights. For those of you who are not only English speakers, you can obviously use this question with any other language you need. French people study other European languages at school, so maybe you will get lucky. Just substitute anglais with English, Italien for Italian, Russe for Russian, Espagnol for Spanish, Allemand for German, and any other languages. In this lesson, we mentioned the expression excusez-moi. But did you know that this could also be used as an apology? In the next lesson, we will learn this and other ways to apologize in French. It's never too late to show your good manners with French people. I'll see you in our next Le Français en 3 minutes. À bientôt! In the last lesson, we learned the phrase excusez-moi. Est-ce que vous parlez anglais? Excuse me, do you speak English? We mentioned the word excusez-moi, which means excuse me, in formal French. In this lesson, we are going to learn how to use excusez-moi and other words when apologizing in French. We should use excusez-moi in formal situations, such as when you are ordering something in bars or restaurants. For example, excusez-moi, un café s'il vous plaît. Excuse me, a coffee please. Excusez-moi, un café s'il vous plaît. We can also use it when asking a question. Excusez-moi, où est la Tour Eiffel? Excuse me, where is the Eiffel Tower? Excusez-moi, où est la Tour Eiffel? Sometimes we also hear people saying s'il vous plaît, which means the same thing when you want to draw somebody's attention. We always use this phrase in formal speech. S'il vous plaît. The informal way to say excuse me is excuse-moi. Excuse-moi. Just like excusez-moi, we can use excuse-moi when asking a question or when apologizing. We can also use the word pardon. You might hear this phrase translated as forgive me in English, but it's not formal or strong at all. French people use it in very casual situations. All of these phrases can be used for either excuse me or I'm sorry. But if you really want to apologize for something, it might be better to use a different phrase. That phrase is je suis désolé. It means I am sorry, and can be used in both formal and informal situations. Je suis désolé. First, we have the familiar je or I. Next, we insert the French word for to be, être. When this is conjugated for je in French, it is suis. Finally, we have the adjective désolé, meaning sorry. Je suis désolé. Now it's time for Ingrid's insights. Please remember that in France, if you accidentally bump into someone, we don't say I'm sorry. Je suis désolé. Instead, we say excusez-moi, excuse me, or pardon, forgive me. Are you able to count in French? In the next lesson, we will learn the numbers in French from 1 to 10. I'll be waiting for you in the next lesson, le français en 3 minutes. À bientôt pour la prochaine.
Want to speak real French from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at FrenchPod101.com.
Salut, je m'appelle Ingrid. Hi everybody, I'm Ingrid. Welcome to FrenchPod101.com. Le français en 3 minutes. The fastest, easiest, and the most fun way to learn French. In the last lesson, we learned some words used when apologizing in French, including excusez-moi and je suis désolé. In this lesson, we are going to learn numbers in French. Yes, numbers, les nombres, from 1 to 10. And you are going to learn them in only 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Are you ready? Let's start. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, now repeat after me. I'll say the numbers and give you time to repeat each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Great job! So what is before 1? Do you know? It's the same as in English, but with a different pronunciation. Zéro. Zéro. You don't have any more excuses. You can give your friends your cell phone number in French. Let's try together. We'll use the phrase Mon numéro c'est le, which means my number is. Mon numéro c'est le. Mon numéro c'est le 3 3 7 1 2 2 4 9 6 8. Can you read it by yourself? 3 3 7 1 2 2 4 9 6 8. Perfect. Now it's time for Ingrid's insights. When we go to the post office in France, we sometimes have to stand in line with a number. When it's your turn to check out, they scream numéro 1, numéro 10, and so on. Learn your numbers well so you can be ready. In the last lesson, we learned the numbers from 1 to 10. Have you forgotten? Here, I'll tell you again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now, let's continue from 11. 11. 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19. And finally we have 20, 20. Okay, now repeat after me. I'll say the numbers and give you time to repeat each one. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. These numbers may seem harder to remember, but you really just have to memorize 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 20. But for 17, 18, 19, the numbers always start with 10 or 10. Let's not stop at 20. Counting from 10 to 100 is super easy. Now I'll give you the tens. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. While you have to memorize a few of these numbers, there are a couple of tricks that will make memorizing them incredibly easy. Notice that 60 is 60 and 70 is 70. Do you remember what this means? Of course, it is a number for 10. So 70 is simply 60-10, 70. 70. 80 is 80. Can you break this down? The first part, which we learned in the previous lesson, is 4. The second part we learned earlier in this lesson. What does it mean? That's right, 20. So altogether, saying 80 is like saying 4 20s. 4 20. And 90, 90, is just like 70. Add 10 to the number before. 80 plus 10 is 90. 90. 90. The last thing to learn today is how to form compound numbers above 20. This is also super easy. Take the tens and simply add the numbers you learned in the previous lesson. Let's try it out. How would you say 56 in French? Let's take it step by step. 50 is 50, and then add 6. 56. It's done. Isn't that easy? Let's make another number. For instance, 98. Take 90, 90, and add 8, 8. 98. One last tricky part. If you're trying to add the number 1 in the compound number, for example 21 or 31, you need to add an et before 1. 21 is not 21, it is 21. 31 is 31. After only 2 lessons, you're now able to count to 100 in French. In the next lesson, we are going to put your number knowledge to use. Do you have the skills to go shopping in France? If not, I'll be waiting for you in the next lesson, le français en 3 minutes. À bientôt pour la prochaine. In the last lesson, we learned how to count in French. I hope you spent some time practicing the numbers because they will come in handy today. We are going to learn how to go shopping in France. Before we go, you need to know how to say, how much is it? Combien ça coûte? Combien ça coûte? Are you ready to go shopping in France? Let's go! You see something you like and want to ask the shop clerk how much it costs. The first thing to say to a shop clerk is, Excusez-moi. Do you remember what that means? Excuse me. Excusez-moi, combien ça coûte? Excusez-moi, combien ça coûte? If you want to be more specific when asking how much is it and refer to a certain type of object, we first need to drop the word ça. Next, we need to know if the object is a feminine or masculine object. If it is masculine, add ce when referring to it, or cette for a feminine object, and then say the noun. For example, hat is a masculine word. Chapeau. Excusez-moi, combien coûte ce chapeau? Excuse me, how much is that hat? Excusez-moi, combien coûte ce chapeau? And skirt is a feminine noun. Jupe. Excusez-moi, combien coûte cette jupe? Excuse me, how much is this skirt? Excusez-moi, combien coûte cette jupe? At this point, the shop clerk can answer by saying ça coûte, ça fait, or c'est. For example, ça coûte 39 euros. Ça fait 39 euros. Or, c'est 39 euros. What number is 39? I'm not telling you. Okay, it's 39. It costs 39 euros. Now it's time for Ingrid's insights. A quicker way to ask how much is c'est combien, which literally means how much. Even when you ask for a coffee, you can ask the cashier, un café c'est combien s'il vous plaît? One espresso please, how much is it? At this point, can you count euros in French? We are going to learn how to do this and much more in the next lesson. I'll be waiting for you in our next lesson, le français en 3 minutes. À bientôt pour la prochaine leçon!
Hi everyone! Welcome to the Ultimate French Pronunciation Guide. In this series, you'll master French pronunciation. Proper pronunciation is essential in French, and in this series, you'll learn it in a fast, comprehensive, and easy way. In this first lesson of the series, you'll learn about the building blocks of the French pronunciation system that will help you in future lessons. The letters used in French are the same as the letters you use in English, with the exception of a few accents on some of the letters. But be careful not to fall into a very common trap. As you're learning to speak correctly, you shouldn't concern yourself with all the letters. That's right, forget them. You care about the sounds of French, and here they are. There are 23 consonant sounds and 16 vowel sounds. You can form every single word in French by using these sounds. Still seem complicated? Well, how about this? Of the 23 consonant sounds in French, you already know 20 of them. That's right. If you're a native English speaker, then you already make these sounds every day. You can also ignore 6 of the vowel sounds for the same reason. The only thing standing between you and perfect French pronunciation are 3 new consonant and 10 new vowel sounds. You can handle that. Now let me introduce Maëlys, who will be helping you to master these new sounds.
Bonjour, c'est Maëlys.
Maëlys will be giving you native pronunciation examples for you to imitate. But for this first lesson, just sit back and listen to the unique sounds of French.
Agneau, roux, 8, pâte, sang, lait, queue, pain, peur, un, tu, son, bureau.
In this lesson, you'll learn the top 5 French pronunciation mistakes to avoid. These are common mistakes that French learners tend to make. So pay close attention and make sure that you don't make these same mistakes too. Are you ready? Then let's get started. Number 1. Mispronouncing the French R. The French R is the most difficult sound to pronounce properly for many students of French, particularly when there isn't a similar sound in the student's own language. It's also a very common letter in French, so it will appear often in everyday conversations. Take, for example,
Lorsque tu arrives à la gare, appelle-moi.
It's kind of deceptive to think of the French R in the same way as the English R, just because they are written in the same way. They clearly don't sound the same at all. Not only this, but they also use different muscles in the mouth. The French R is also called a guttural R because it's pronounced closer to the throat. Don't worry about the specifics now, however. We'll break this sound down in detail in Lesson 7. Number 2. Pronouncing a silent letter. It's a common mistake for students of French to pronounce silent letters because the tendency is to pronounce everything that one sees. The French language, however, is full of words that contain silent letters, particularly at the end of a word. It is in fact more common for a French word to have a silent letter than none at all. Take, for example,
Je vais pêcher au port.
Did you catch the silent letters in this sentence? Notice how Maëlys did not pronounce the S and the T. Listen to it again.
Je vais pêcher au port.
Most of the time, you don't need to pronounce the last letter of a word in French. There are of course some exceptions to this rule, particularly if the following word starts with a vowel sound, or if the word ends with a C, F, or an L. But as a general principle, it's quite common to drop the last letter, as it will most likely be a silent letter. We'll cover silent letters in detail in Lesson 8. Number 3. Aspirated H's versus muted H's.
N. Hôpital.
aspirated H's will not allow contractions or liaisons to occur in front of it. For example, laine, la haine. Whereas muted H's will. L'hôpital. Most French H's are of this muted variety. They're not interchangeable either, so their usage will depend on the word itself. This unfortunately means that you'll just have to learn them individually. Next is number 4, contractions in French. Unlike English, contractions are not optional in French. You must always contract words wherever possible. For example, je appelais, j'appelle, ce est, c'est, de le, du, de les, des. Don't worry about the rules and principles for contractions too much, though, as we'll cover them in detail in Lesson 8. And finally, number 5, the French U. U. The French U is typically a difficult vowel sound for many speakers to pronounce correctly, particularly for speakers of English, because there isn't an equivalent sound in the English language. Whatever you do, though, do not substitute this sound for the English U sound. A simple way to produce the French U is to first try and pronounce the double E sound in the word see. From this position, simply round your lips as if you were about to whistle. And that's all there is to it. Try it. U. Let's listen to a few examples which utilize the French U in some words. Tu, rue, chute. We'll cover this vowel sound again in Lesson 4. Now you know the top 5 French pronunciation mistakes to avoid. Try to be careful so that you don't commit these same mistakes. In the next lesson, we'll start learning vowel sounds in French. Which of these 5 mistakes is the hardest to avoid? Have you learned any tricks to deal with them? Let us know in the comments. Stick with us and you'll overcome it quickly. In this lesson, you'll learn 7 French vowels. I, U, ou, e, o, e. Some vowels may be hard for you to distinguish, especially for English speakers, so make sure you listen carefully. Are you ready? Then let's get started. The first vowel is I. I, fini, si. It's identical to the double E sound in the word see. I. 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 The next vowel is U. Chute, rue, tu. This is identical to the previous sound, except that the lips are rounded. Try saying the E in si while rounding your lips. Now listen to Miley's. U. 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 The next vowel is ou, cou, clown, roux. It's identical to the double O sound in the word boot. Ou, ou. 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 The next vowel is et, marcher, chez, pied. This is similar to the A sound in the word play. However, try not to carry over the Y sound too much. Try to relax your jaw and say it as if you're allowing the vowel to spill out from your mouth. Listen to Miley's. Ich, et. Ich, et. The next vowel is je n'ai, que, ce. This is identical to the previous sound, except that the lips are rounded. Uh. Uh. The next vowel is O, O, to, so. This is quite similar to the two previous sounds, except that it's pronounced at the back of the mouth. It's a little bit like the O sound in the word O, but try not to carry over the W sound too much. Listen to Miley's. O, 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 O. And the last vowel is lech, monsieur, ce. It's identical to the E sound at the end of the word problem. Well done! You've just learned 7 vowel sounds in French. Ich, u, e, o, In the next lesson, you'll learn the remaining 9 French vowel sounds. Which vowel sound was the most difficult for you to learn? Please comment and share your thoughts. See you in the next Ultimate French Pronunciation Guide lesson.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella. How are your French listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Une dame demande un renseignement au libraire. Quel livre voulait voir la dame? Excusez-moi, je voudrais jeter un œil sur ce livre sur cette étagère.
Quel livre voulez-vous?
Le livre sur les voitures.
Un moment, s'il vous plaît. Celui-ci?
C'est ça.
Et voilà.
Quel livre voulait voir la dame? Une dame demande un renseignement au libraire. Quel livre voulait voir la dame? Excusez-moi, je voudrais jeter un œil sur ce livre sur cette étagère.
Quel livre voulez-vous?
Le livre sur les voitures.
Un moment, s'il vous plaît. Celui-ci?
C'est ça.
Et voilà.
Un homme et une femme regardent le menu d'un restaurant. Qu'a commandé le monsieur?
Que voulez-vous commander?
La pizza a l'air délicieuse. Je vais prendre ça.
J'ai déjà mangé une pizza hier, donc.
Ah, et pourquoi pas ce hamburger?
Ça m'a l'air bien. Je prends ça.
Qu'a commandé le monsieur? Un homme et une femme regardent le menu d'un restaurant. Qu'a commandé le monsieur?
Que voulez-vous commander?
La pizza a l'air délicieuse. Je vais prendre ça.
J'ai déjà mangé une pizza hier, donc.
Ah, et pourquoi pas ce hamburger?
Ça m'a l'air bien. Je prends ça.
Un homme est au téléphone avec une clinique. À quelle heure doit-il y être? Bonjour, comment puis-je vous aider?
Vous êtes ouvert jusqu'à quelle heure?
Jusqu'à 6 heures. mais il est préférable de venir avant 17h30.
Très bien, ok.
À quelle heure doit-il y être? Un homme est au téléphone avec une clinique. À quelle heure doit-il y être? Bonjour, comment puis-je vous aider?
Vous êtes ouvert jusqu'à quelle heure?
Jusqu'à 6 heures, mais il est préférable de venir avant 17h30.
Très bien, ok.
Un garçon lit son journal intime. Qu'a fait le garçon en premier aujourd'hui?
Il a fait très beau aujourd'hui. Je suis allé à la piscine cet après-midi et je suis allé voir un film ce soir. J'ai aussi étudié ce matin. C'était une très bonne journée.
Qu'a fait le garçon en premier aujourd'hui? Un garçon lit son journal intime. Qu'a fait le garçon en premier aujourd'hui?
Il a fait très beau aujourd'hui. Je suis allé à la piscine cet après-midi et je suis allé voir un film ce soir. J'ai aussi étudié ce matin. C'était une très bonne journée.
Une femme et un homme regardent une photo. Quelle photo regardent-ils? C'est la photo de l'équipe de foot de ton fils? Il est où?
Il est là.
Oh, et c'est le plus grand de l'équipe.
Il est plus grand que moi.
Quelle photo regarde-t-il? Une femme et un homme regardent une photo. Quelle photo regarde-t-il? C'est la photo de l'équipe de foot de ton fils? Il est où?
Il est là.
Oh, et c'est le plus grand de l'équipe.
Il est plus grand que moi.
Un homme et une femme parlent. Quand vont-ils voir un film?
Et si nous allions voir un film samedi prochain?
Avec plaisir, mais j'ai un emploi à mi-temps le matin.
À quelle heure allez-vous terminer votre emploi à mi-temps?
Je vais finir à 2 heures.
Alors, rencontrons-nous au café à 3 heures et allons voir un film à 4 heures.
Ok. Quand vont-ils voir un film? Un homme et une femme parlent. Quand vont-ils voir un film?
Et si nous allions voir un film samedi prochain?
Avec plaisir, mais j'ai un emploi à mi-temps le matin.
À quelle heure allez-vous terminer votre emploi à mi-temps?
Je vais finir à 2 heures.
Alors, rencontrons-nous au café à 3 heures et allons voir un film à 4 heures.
Ok. Un homme parle à une employée de magasin. Quelle chemise va-t-il acheter?
Vous pensez que quelle chemise est la mieux? La blanche ou la bleue?
Eh bien, je pense que la bleue est bien. Elle va bien avec votre veste grise.
Vous pensez? Mais elle ne va pas bien avec ma cravate rouge, non?
Oui, c'est vrai. Je suis d'accord avec vous.
Ok. Alors je vais prendre la blanche, pas la bleue.
Quelle chemise va-t-il acheter? Un homme parle à une employée de magasin. Quelle chemise va-t-il acheter?
Vous pensez que quelle chemise est la mieux? La blanche ou la bleue?
Eh bien, je pense que la bleue est bien. Elle va bien avec votre veste grise.
Vous pensez? Mais elle ne va pas bien avec ma cravate rouge, non?
Oui, c'est vrai. Je suis d'accord avec vous.
Ok. Alors je vais prendre la blanche, pas la bleue.
Un homme est dans un restaurant de fast-food. Quel menu va-t-il commander?
Excusez-moi, je peux avoir le menu spécial hamburger?
Oui, bien sûr. Choisissez entre salade et frites, s'il vous plaît.
Salade, s'il vous plaît.
Ok. Choisissez votre boisson, s'il vous plaît.
Un coca, s'il vous plaît.
Quel menu va-t-il commander? Un homme est dans un restaurant de fast-food. Quel menu va-t-il commander?
Excusez-moi, je peux avoir le menu spécial hamburger?
Oui, bien sûr. Choisissez entre salade et frites, s'il vous plaît.
Salade, s'il vous plaît.
Ok. Choisissez votre boisson, s'il vous plaît.
Un coca, s'il vous plaît.
Un professeur est en train de cuisiner un gâteau. Qu'est-ce que le professeur a mis dedans? Aujourd'hui, nous allons faire un gâteau. Tout d'abord, mélangez le beurre et le sucre. Ensuite, ajoutez 2 œufs et mélangez-les bien. Ajoutez la farine et mélangez-la légèrement. Mettez la pâte dans le four et laissez-la cuire pendant 50 minutes. C'est tout. Qu'est-ce que le professeur a mis dedans? Un professeur est en train de cuisiner un gâteau. Qu'est-ce que le professeur a mis dedans? Aujourd'hui, nous allons faire un gâteau. Tout d'abord, mélangez le beurre et le sucre. Ensuite, ajoutez 2 œufs et mélangez-les bien. Ajoutez la farine et mélangez-la légèrement. Mettez la pâte dans le four et laissez-la cuire pendant 50 minutes. C'est tout. Un homme et une femme parlent. Que vont-ils faire en premier?
Que voulez-vous faire aujourd'hui?
Je veux aller voir un film.
Ok, moi je veux regarder un match de baseball à la télé.
Je veux aussi aller faire du shopping.
Le match de baseball commencera à 1 heure de l'après-midi.
Ok, donc allons voir le film d'abord et ensuite vous pourrez regarder le match de baseball.
Très bien. Et nous allons faire du shopping ce soir.
Que vont-ils faire en premier? Un homme et une femme parlent. Que vont-ils faire en premier?
Que voulez-vous faire aujourd'hui?
Je veux aller voir un film.
Ok, moi je veux regarder un match de baseball à la télé.
Je veux aussi aller faire du shopping.
Le match de baseball commencera à 1 heure de l'après-midi.
Ok, donc allons voir le film d'abord et ensuite vous pourrez regarder le match de baseball.
Très bien. Et nous allons faire du shopping ce soir.
Un professeur et un élève parlent. Quand l'élève va-t-il aller au bureau du professeur? Je n'ai pas vraiment tout compris du cours d'aujourd'hui.
Bien sûr. Avez-vous des questions?
Oui, j'en ai pas mal. Avez-vous du temps maintenant?
Je suis un peu occupé maintenant. Venez à mon bureau dans l'après-midi, s'il vous plaît. J'y serai entre 1 heure et 4 heures.
Très bien, je serai là à 2 heures. Quand l'élève va-t-il aller au bureau du professeur? Un professeur et un élève parlent. Quand l'élève va-t-il aller au bureau du professeur? Je n'ai pas vraiment tout compris du cours d'aujourd'hui.
Bien sûr. Avez-vous des questions?
Oui, j'en ai pas mal. Avez-vous du temps maintenant?
Je suis un peu occupé maintenant. Venez à mon bureau dans l'après-midi, s'il vous plaît. J'y serai entre 1 heure et 4 heures.
Très bien. Je serai là à 2 heures. Une femme déjeune au restaurant. Que va-t-elle commander?
Voulez-vous prendre un café ou un dessert après le repas?
Quel dessert avez-vous?
Nous avons du pudding et de la tarte aux pommes.
Hmm, en fait, je veux seulement un café, s'il vous plaît.
Voulez-vous du sucre et du lait?
Apportez-le avec du lait, s'il vous plaît. Que va-t-elle commander? Une femme déjeune au restaurant. Que va-t-elle commander?
Voulez-vous prendre un café ou un dessert après le repas?
Quel dessert avez-vous?
Nous avons du pudding et de la tarte aux pommes.
Hmm, en fait, je veux seulement un café, s'il vous plaît.
Voulez-vous du sucre et du lait?
Apportez-le avec du lait, s'il vous plaît. Une femme attend un homme. Où est-ce que la femme va attendre?
Salut, désolé, mais je vais être en retard de 30 minutes.
Ok, je t'attends au café.
Un café? Il est où?
Il est à côté de la librairie. Il y a une boulangerie en face.
Très bien.
Où est-ce que la femme va attendre? Une femme attend un homme. Où est-ce que la femme va attendre?
Salut, désolé, mais je vais être en retard de 30 minutes.
Ok, je t'attends au café.
Un café? Il est où?
Il est à côté de la librairie. Il y a une boulangerie en face.
Très bien.
Un homme et une femme parlent. Que va faire la femme pendant ses vacances d'été?
As-tu déjà planifié tes vacances d'été?
Pas encore. Je pense que j'aimerais aller à la mer ou à la montagne.
Je vais à la mer avec mes amis. Nous allons faire du surf.
C'est sympa.
Pourquoi ne viens-tu pas avec nous?
Ce serait amusant. Oui, je viens avec vous. Que va faire la femme pendant ses vacances d'été? Un homme et une femme parlent. Que va faire la femme pendant ses vacances d'été?
As-tu déjà planifié tes vacances d'été?
Pas encore. Je pense que j'aimerais aller à la mer ou à la montagne.
Je vais à la mer avec mes amis. Nous allons faire du surf.
C'est sympa.
Pourquoi ne viens-tu pas avec nous?
Ce serait amusant. Oui, je viens avec vous. Un homme et une femme discutent. Qu'est-ce que la femme a mangé ce matin? Ah, j'ai faim.
As-tu pris le petit déjeuner?
Oui, je l'ai pris, mais seulement un peu.
Qu'as-tu mangé?
Un yaourt et du café.
C'est trop peu. Tu devrais aussi manger du pain et des fruits.
Qu'est-ce que la femme a mangé ce matin? Un homme et une femme discutent. Qu'est-ce que la femme a mangé ce matin? Ah, j'ai faim.
As-tu pris le petit déjeuner?
Oui, je l'ai pris, mais seulement un peu.
Qu'as-tu mangé?
Un yaourt et du café.
C'est trop peu. Tu devrais aussi manger du pain et des fruits.
Expand your vocabulary with our core 2,000 words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free French ebook before it's gone.